Good evening, everybody. I was about to say it's Dair here, which is my previous calling card. It's Thomas here, and welcome to day 11 of NaNoWriMo. I hope you're feeling good. I'm feeling pretty good, and I can't wait to get started. So, well, I did need this one. YouTube. Yes, I did need the comment, the YouTube chat comment, so people know how to subscribe. Because everybody wants to subscribe. And when you look at that, it even shows up on screen. How about that? So I've changed a little bit on the stream, as I'm sure you can see. My master sort of counting is gone. Oh no. Well, we'll fix that. I made a banner down here where you can see, like, it asks people to like and subscribe and go read my stuff on my webpage. I just thought there was a bit more life to that than the newer subscriber count, which is fine, but YouTube has this sort of strange, I don't know if it's sort of strange, but they have this feature where I think as a standard your subscriptions are private, which is great, that's fine, but it also does like that. The widget that we had with our newest subscriber was a bit, it was last updated 5 days ago, and yeah, it is what it is. Even though there has been more subscribers since. I'm just want to say that. So anyway, there's links and likes and subscribe banners, and maybe I'll put some other stuff into that banner once we're way down the road. I don't know. Whatever. Toss a like to your writer. I thought I was very funny with that. Other than that, I updated my daily markers, and boy oh boy were they wrong. I have to say, they were so I talked about yesterday that they were at least every marker was at least one line off from the previous, so you know that added up. At day 10 it was 10 lines, at day 12 it was 12 lines, but there were also just straight up miscounts throughout the markers that I set. So actually day 12 was, that is now up here, was almost 1.5 page, it was somewhere down here, was almost 1.5 page off where it should have been, and that makes much more sense than where we with our word count. And as we approach day 20 down here, which is probably going to be the last mark, it is going to be the last marker of the book, and then I have another book, spare book. It was almost 2 pages wrong. That was actually wild. But anyway, I just thought that was funny. And now it's Tuesday, and now it's the 11th of November. Day 11, part 11 of our NaNoWriMo stream. Let's see how long we'll lay. I think I'll definitely do 5 hours. I want to do the 5 pages, definitely, maybe a little more. So 5.5. I don't think I'm gonna go 6 hours live stream today, but we'll see if there's enough people in the on the stream, then, and how I'm feeling. Then that's going to be all good, I think. Right, shall we read a little bit from where we were yesterday? So we made another chapter, basically. So this is chapter 6, I believe. And this 6th chapter is Vespa trying out the magic. So we sort of get a description of the feeling, like how people do magic in this world, how they feel it in their bones, in their heart. Actually, I should probably add that to my introduction. Chapters overview. So right now we are here. We're going to introduce the feeling of magic in the world, and then Vesper missing the ability to feel the water, and we're told some about the flood and the Temple of the Drowned. And Temple of the Drowned. A little bit more at least. Yes, that's sort of where we were yesterday. Not much of a subplot going on here. I don't want to say it's a filler chapter, but I definitely didn't think it would go on for as long as it did. So it ends up with Vesper can't do the water magic. She doesn't want to disappoint Afaya, her older sister, and so she sort of fakes it, right? And I think that's sort of where we jump in. Vesper didn't immediately know what to say, so Afaya has caught her faking it, caught her cheating basically. Didn't immediately know what to say. She sat with her hands in her lap, her dark linen pants absorbing the water still on her left hand. Wow, that was hand in hand here. Repeat. I don't know. It was difficult. To get any of the words. It was difficult for any of the words that did cross the threshold of Vesper's lips, and it even took a long trek for them to get there. That was a weird ass sentence. Weird. Speak up. It was not difficult to hear Afaya's words. They were much louder than she usually spoke. I don't know. Shame flew out of Vesper as she tried to answer again. Vesper, Afaya squatted to the table, down to the table. How are there so many words we're missing? It's wild. Squatted down to the table with her little sister on it, staring at the clay basin and not showing anything but the shame on her face. Vesper, it's never going to work if you lie about it. But Vesper said and immediately stopped to think. But I so wanted it to happen this time, but I couldn't feel the water like you said. I just can't. And you looked so happy when you thought I was doing it. Afaya huffed. You peeked? Only a little bit. I didn't want to disappoint you again. Come here. Afaya reached around Vesper and dragged her in. The cold steel of Afaya's plate armor. The cold steel of Afaya's plate armor was more of a chill to Vesper. More of a chill to Vesper. More of a chill to Vesper than the water in the wash basin ever had. Holy smokes, what the hell am I writing? This is terrible. How did you guys let me write this yesterday? And now I drew on my Now I drew in my desk accidentally. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disappoint you, I promise. Vespa apologized once again, fighting back tears. I don't know what to say, my beloved, Afia said as Vespa started to sob in her neck. I am a little disappointed, to tell you the truth. Vespa started wailing, clutching her older sister tighter. But not because you couldn't feel the water, like I admit that I was hoping. I'm a little disappointed, This is terrible, terrible. I'm a little disappointed because you lied to me. And thought it was better to fake it than just telling the truth. I'm just so scared that I'll never be able to do it, and then I'll never become a paladin like you. Vespa managed to get her feelings under control again, at least somewhat, as she wiped her nose. And I get that, Afia reassured, but not everyone gets it right away. It can take a long time for some, and not so long for others. But you were my age when you began squirehood, is the word that we're looking for here. Now this is this daily marker where we end up is probably going to... Well, I was about to say that I wanted to change it today to a new one that I used. But that one, I don't know, it might also be pretty bad. Okay, we're off. But you were my age when you began squirehood. And sire. Oh, did we have a name for the old Master at Arms? I don't remember that at all. I think we did. I think when we talked about the delivery, Sire Harold, I think that was the old guy. Okay, good, because I really didn't want to come up with a new name. Sire Harold. And Sire Harold had have said that you were even better than he was at that time. You were even better with the blessed water. With the blessed water. Then he was at the time. By the way, we're quite close to the day 4 marker. It's just like 2 pages away. So that's grade day 14. So that's awesome. You shouldn't worry so much. About that. Very assured. Like I said, everyone learns it. Everyone learns it at a different pace. She tried the best she could. She tried to hide. She tried to hide. What did she try to hide? She tried to hide. Hide her worry. Try to hide her worry. Try to hide her worry. That Vespa didn't show any sign, didn't show any sign or ability to to even begin learning about the waters, to even begin learning about the water. I was lucky. I was lucky to be blessed and taught to be blessed and taught from a very young age, from a very young age. From very young age. Okay, so I'm trying to think like how we transition this conversation. It's a little bit of a fight. how we transition that to ending the chapter, right? And I'm not entirely sure how. Fair went to get her clothes. No, the cloak. She went to get a cloak. Should this have a color? I mean, it probably shouldn't have the same color as the sun of the evening. Which is dark blue, right? Maybe we'll just say light blue. Her light blue. Could also be sky blue. Color. Now she is of course like second in command. She's of course second in command, yes, so she should probably have some distinction from the rest, but the rest of the paladins, but I'm not entirely sure. I probably need to figure that out as well. Fire went to get her light blue cloak, and signaled for Vesper. Signal for Vesper to clasp it. As she got back to the table, Vesper's tears Vesper's tears, they... What did Vesper's tears do? They did something. Could say Vesper's eyes started to well up again. Eyes began to well up again as she what began to well up again as she secured, as she fastened, she secured the thick colored felt. I don't know what that was. Colored felt cloak, and then a bit loud. There we go. But you've also tried to teach me. That's what I want to say. But you've also tried to teach me since I was little. Why haven't I been blessed? Why haven't I been blessed? You could hear the despairing frown, the despair and frown. In the question to her older sister. I just need to make completely sure that it was indeed the word I was looking for. Despair. Fuels. Yeah. It was the word I was looking for. Oh, yeah. And the question to older sister. I know that it's not fun. Something like that. I know it sucks. I know it isn't much fun for you. Fair tried to get ahead of another wailing outburst. Wow, okay. Apparently my voice just stopped working. Isn't that nice? But it's never going to happen. If you stop trying. Or if you fake it, or if you fake it. I promise you that much. I promise you that much. I guess we could also introduce a little bit of Afea's backstory here, or at least that she doesn't want to talk about it. Yeah, we could introduce that Afea did have another sister. But like, that's about it. That's about everything. That's about everything that anyone knows. I understand. So many dots. Mm-hmm. You know, it would be kind of cool if we could get to halfway today, but I don't think it's going to require it's going to require a lot. Well, we'll just keep writing. Let's see where we are at. So 5 pages, 6 pages that, 5 pages, 2,000 words, 6 pages. It's going to require 7 pages, at least. Yeah, we're not gonna do that today. That would be cool though, and would also, that would actually mean that we were 4 days ahead of schedule, which would also be very nice. Okay, never mind that. That's not what we're talking about. I definitely think that I want the chapter to end with Afaya saying, like, looking back before she walks out of the room and saying, "Promise me you won't go down into the catacombs." And then the next chapter starts with her standing, Vespa standing at the brink of the hole she fell into, but this time she's prepared, right? So we don't actually see that Vespa doesn't promise it. I think that, okay, that could be kind of fun. Vespa took a look. It's been a while since we mentioned lemon. Took a look at the still sleeping lemon over on the candelabra, over on the tall candelabra. I feel like that's such a almost Spanish word, tall candelabra. Before returning, her eyes to Afaya who was equipping her plate gauntlets. Equipping plate gauntlets. Gauntlets. Signifying. Signifying. Her intention to leave? No. Signifying her signifying that she was almost done, that she was almost done and ready to leave. Then a question, another question. Flew out of Vespa. So yeah, she's going to grab a hold of this up here. I was lucky to be blessed and taught from a very young age. Who taught you? Who taught you about the water? Before, no, when you were little. When you were little. Before you got taken in. Yeah. Before the paladins of the vigorous oath. Of the vigorous oath. Took you in. And made you a squire. Can we phrase it? I don't know if I want to reveal here and now, actually, that Afia did have a that Afia had a little sister before Vespa. I don't know if that's book 2 stuff or if it's fine to, because Afia is of course not like center here, right? In this story. Fire didn't do or say anything. Do or say anything. You know what? I'm going to do it anyway. She just threw a look. She just threw a look at Vespa as she secured her one gauntlet. Did he? So I think. Oh my god! I have water in my ear. Oh my god! Oh, it's about to come out. I think. Oh no, this is weird. Oh. If this isn't good content for a live stream, I don't know what is. It didn't come out, but it's in there. Oh my god. When I wiggle my ears, I can hear the water. Oh my god. Oh, this is going to be so annoying. And I also just realized that I forgot to write this. Live stream 11:11. Nano. And then that's water in ear. What a terrible punishment for something I did, but I don't know what it was. But yeah, I was about to say that Vespa, given that pretty much everyone at all of the chapters and everyone of the paladins except for Fire is oh my god, this is horrible. Are male, it's only it's only safe for her to assume, it makes sense for her to assume that any teacher would also be male, right? Did he also teach your other sister? Vespa had only just asked that last question. Last question. Look at how close we are to finishing page 63. Oh yeah. before realizing. Oh my god, realizing her mistake. Can you really say it's a mistake? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe that's something for another day. For future Thomas. Vision. Did I not ask you? Did I not ask you to drop it? Fair answered rather coldly. You know. I don't like to talk about it. To talk about my past life. Is that too explicit? Might be. I'm sorry. Well, I can definitely tell you that if we're going to do 7 pages today, we need to pick up the pace. So that's probably not going to happen. So we will hit the halfway marker tomorrow sometime, probably. Just throwing it out there. That's okay, as long as you understand. That I don't like. Okay, so it is a little bit double here to be asked about that. And would prefer it I would prefer it if you didn't bring it up again. I won't. I promise. Vespa said with the solemn. I don't know. Vespa sword. The sword, yeah. That's good. And that means we're done with... Oh no! Oh. I just realized that I forgot to put in my my back page. But luckily these pages are so thick that it didn't seem to matter. I'm still going to though. Page 64. Let's go. Sword. She swore. She didn't sword. Thank you. Can you help me here? Help me here. Afia asked. Asked and showed. Showed the fastening straps. Fastening. Of her other gauntlet. Of her other gauntlet. Vespa obliged without saying another word. Obliged without saying another word. Though if I knew that there would be more questions like that in the future. Questions like that in the future. 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 And when the time is right, she would, more questions, she would answer them all. But today was the wrong time. But not today. So now Afia is actually fully equipped. She is ready to leave, and we're ready to end this chapter that has been going on for, I think, 14 pages now. Almost 14 pages. Almost. This is page 64. 52 is where it starts. I don't know how that happened. I really don't know how that happened. I don't know if it's good or bad either. I mean, right now I'm just writing. I think it's alright. I'm quite happy with the idea of introducing like the feeling of the magic. Like the feeling throughout the entire body. Maybe it should be even more descriptive. But we'll do that in the edit. But yeah, I do think it's a good thing that like now we've had 2/3 chapters just with Vespa in her room. One of them is of course Lemon being rescued. What was the other one? I forgot about that. Oh yeah, what she saw on her in the dungeon. And then a third now. Still in the room. But chapter 7 is going to be like Vespa is going to be out and about and much more active once again. But not today. So what do we say instead? Not today. Well, looks like I'm all set. Look down at her armor. As she turned. Spread her arms and twisted her body. Spread her arms and legs. Arms and legs. And twisted. Twisted her body. To test that it was indeed properly equipped. Indeed properly equipped. How do I look? Vespa stood up on the table. And took a good hard look. At her older sister. At her older sister. was hard to believe that the one looking like an angel phrasing. Hard to believe that one looking like an angel when she got back from the library was now standing in front of her, looking in front of her, looking like the fiercest warrior in all the lands. Just the fiercest warrior, I guess. Vesper was almost certain that her older sister could match the epic adventures epic adventures of Sire Neil. Could match the fighting prowess. Let's go with that. For now, at least, the fighting prowess of Sire Neil. Of even Sire Neil. Words. Yeah, not sure it, but there we go. Sire Neil in her books. You haven't said anything. Does it not look good? Anything? Does it not look good? Does it? Is something wrong? Does it look like something is wrong? Fair gave her own armor. Fair gave her own armor. Another look. Her own plate armor. Another lucky. No. Vespa managed to say. You look so brave and fierce. Why, thank you. Thank you, my beloved. I just wish that you didn't have to go. Vespa added with a frown. Vespa added with a frown. Finally looking away. And down into the table. Down into the table. Down into the table. Placing a plate gauntlets. Placing one plate. Gauntlet. On the shoulder and using the other to lift up Vespa's face by the chin. Vespa's face by the chin. It was now Ephea's turn to apologize. Apologize. It was now Ephea's turn to apologize. Apologize. That was a difficult word to write, apparently. Just check some things. I wish so too. But you got Lemon and people to look after you. People to look after you. And I promise that I'll be back before you know it. That I'll be back before you know it. When will you be back? When will you be back? No! Oh my god. You almost couldn't see where I was. We got like a third of a page to go before being at the end of page 64. I don't know. Afea did not want to lie. Didn't want to lie. Whatever is required of the mission. But I don't think it'll be more than a couple, maybe 3 days. B. Maybe 3 days. Don't think it'll be more than maybe 3 days. 3 days, that's like 15 pages for us. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes. Just need to see here. This word. Sulky. Moody. Sullen is actually pretty good. It's a pretty good word. I thought I could use. I don't think maybe 3. Vesper thought another 3 days. Another 3 days. For a long time. To not see her older sister. Long time to not see her older sister. Well, 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 if it isn't Jamie Romson in the chat. Welcome, Jamie. Good morrow. Good morrow? How does your word count today? How goes your word count today, Sir Beck? Well, it's going pretty well, I'd say. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Started up here on the middle, on the top of the page, and we're almost, I'm like half, 1/3 away from 2 pages, which is like 700 words ish. Well, 2 pages are, so I guess I'm at like 500 words today so far. It's a quick estimate. How about you? Is this the day where you will let me be number 1 on the leaderboards? On the NaNoWriMo leaderboards? Please? For a long time to not see to not see her older sister. Yes, I lied. Wow, how can you be so evil? You wouldn't happen to be the villain in your own story, would you? Dun dun dun. Let's see her older sister. Thought 3 days were a long time. I'm the villain in your story. What? No. I like, yes, the small cup here. It's average. It's actually normal sized mug. It's just me who's tiny. Small, normal sized mug of water. Are you just a very small man? Yes, I am. Tiny, tiny man. That's why I write about a tiny, tiny girl. You know, because it's my own experience. Not the girl part. Or is it? Vesper thought another 3 days were a long time not to see your older sister. And she made sure to let Afaya know. Afaya know with the sulk on her face. With the sulk on her face. Can you say on when it's sulky? On her face. I don't know. On word. Is Vesper a sentient scotter within a sentient scooter within the fantasy universe? A confused bike surrounded by orcs? No. But maybe the whole story is going to turn out to be isekai, an isekai story. You know that she is indeed a scooter from our world dropped into a fantasy world, and that's why she's named as she is. How could you, Jamie? How could you reveal the ending of the story, even though I've already revealed it myself in one of my prep streams? You truly are the villain in my story and in my life. This is an E. So I guess to answer your question, yes, she is a scooter. The German band. Did you just send me a picture? Yes, I know a Vespa is is a scooter. Thank you. I was indeed aware of it. Now you totally made me lose my train of thought again. Oh no. How could you be so terrible? I'm sorry, I'm going. I didn't say you should go. You can stay and chat and not write yourself, so I'll be number 1 on the leaderboard. That's a good idea. It's a very good idea. Where were we? I have to go now. It sounds like they're waiting for me. The sounds of neighing horses. Neighing, is that the right word? Franske. Whinnying? Okay, neighing. Neighing is the right word. Neighing horses. And shouting. Shouting from the courtyard. From the courtyard. The courtyard is not, that's not just, like King's Castle, is it? No, it isn't. The courtyard had reached the windows. By my beloved I'll miss you. And don't get into trouble while I'm away. And don't get into trouble. Don't get into trouble. While I'm while. Vespa still didn't say anything. Didn't respond. And she barely returned the hug. She barely returned the hug from her older sister. Trim those nails? Oh, sugar. Sorry, dude. I'll get that done until tomorrow. Or before tomorrow. I guess you're right. I didn't really think about it, honestly. You know, it's all... it was just engagement bait. So you would chat. Just kidding. No, it's all good. They are kind of long. Beginning to look kind of long. Don't worry, I'll have it fixed until tomorrow. For tomorrow's live stream. From her older sister. Okay. Afea couldn't help but notice. Though she chose not to say anything. Instead she what? Instead she just sent Vespa a smile, a warm but worried smile. And began to walk towards the door. Began to walk towards the door. Picking up her warhammer and shield. And shield along the way. Bye, Lemon. She said, and received a low trill. A low trill in return. In return. One last thing. I beg you, please. Beg you, please. Just before you go. That's a very dramatic way. That was page 64. Woo! It's a very dramatic way to ask. So I think Afaya is going to say like, "Don't be so dramatic." What is it? Affair was halfway through the door. Halfway through. But stopped. But stopped. Stop to answer. Trespass request. You don't have to be so dramatic. What do you want to ask? What do you want? Guess to ask, yeah, makes sense. To ask. You guys couldn't see that, for fuck's sake. There we are. I made you a cover. Welcome back, Jamie. Or did you never leave? I'm not gonna open it yet, but I can almost imagine what it is. And I'm very much looking forward to it. I'll promise that I'll open it on when I have my break in just a short while, a little half an hour or something. So you're gonna have to wait a little bit until until I can answer you. What I'm sure is a magnificent piece of art of a scooter in a forest. It took me hours. Has it really been hours since you last were in the chat? Alright, I'll have a look at it then. Wow, that is quite something. I don't really know if I can if you guys can see it. Okay, if we do it like this. Scooters and swords will be jumping all over the kingdom. Written by Thomas Beck. Actually, my artist name is Thomas B. Dair, so please, inspired by Jamie. Let's not. Alright. And then there's a beautiful picture of Scooter. Wow. The band. Well, you know, this was almost exactly what I had in mind, so... You know... Wow. Magnificent. I made it to the stream. You didn't just made it to the stream. You're going to make it into a short form video note. So when that'll be up, if it'll be up, no one knows, but you know, I'm at least going to note it down. Jamie's cover. I will say there was a distinct lack of orcs in that, and I also feel like I needed a forest, so you know, just a little bit of feedback. I smudge my fingers. Beautiful. But thank you for that. My first fan art. Wow! Isn't that amazing? Thank you so much for that, Jamie. Very much appreciated. It was something. That Vespa had almost completely forgotten about. Did you search the room where you found me? Did you search the room? The dark room? That says dark. Anyway, everyone can see that says dark. The dark room where you found me. We could just say dark room, I guess. Needed. I did, yes. Who was it? The other one. The other one that was down there. Vespa had somehow almost completely forgotten her sulk. Almost completely forgotten her sulk. Completely Forgotten songs. No? Alright. Sulk. No one. Affair insert. With a straight face. Is straight face with a straight face, is this coming a crutch phrase? Crutch phrase. Something I want to be aware of. Vespa could hardly believe it. She knew that someone talked to her. Well, it looks like we're actually about to cross day 14 marker. Let's go! She knew that someone talked to her. Someone other than the one guiding her. Vespa hadn't told. Dair or anyone else about the other voice. She also hadn't heard it. She also hadn't heard it. Hadn't heard it since. There is actually something that did happen during the fall, that also happened during the fall into the catacombs, was that Vesper lost a necklace that she was given by a fire. And this is of course the connection to the guiding voice. So I don't know, it feels a little bit like a story plot that I've sort of parked because I haven't mentioned it at all. And I feel like that should probably have been mentioned in one of these chapters. Should have been mentioned. Question mark? I feel like that should have been mentioned, yeah. Oh, no, we forgot to enumerate. There we are. Page 65. Oh, yeah. Heard it since. I guess we should know that it was a catacombs. How does a fire say that? Yes. I went back down into the catacombs. Back down into those catacombs. Catacombs? Vesper wasn't entirely sure. Vesper wasn't entirely sure what that word meant. Catacombs are like an indoor. What's the actual definition of a catacomb? An underground cemetery consisting of subterranean gallery with recesses for tombs, as constructed by the ancient Romans. Interesting. I like an underground. Underground graveyard. All the graves. Where all the graves are. Where all the graves are something. Are tombs of stone and statues. Instead of being buried into the ground, instead of being buried into the ground, being buried into the ground. Into the soil. Like we do. Affair explained. With haste. Not hidden very well. Very well in her voice. And I didn't find anyone else. But the old tombs. But I heard another voice, but I heard another voice, I swear. Vesper almost fell off the table. Vesper almost stepped off the table. Trying to explain herself, trying to explain herself. Vespa. Yeah. Affairs. Dismissal of what Vespa was saying. Shown through her tone. As it was mixed with the haste, it was mixed with the haste. I really don't have time for this. Don't have time for this. Will you please just say goodbye? Please just say goodbye to me. I can get going. Sorry. Vespa took a quick look. Look down at the table. Before returning it to her older sister. I hope your mission goes well. Goodbye. I hope. Oh, did I have a farewell here actually? For the religion of the 5 pillars. Pillars. 5 pillars. I do have one. It's Haven be on your path. Oh, you can't see that. Sorry. I have here. Haven be on your path as a farewell. But I don't know if that's more formal. I'm just gonna keep it as goodbye for now, and then I'll probably change it up in the actual edit. Use common saying. I hope your mission goes well. I'm gonna miss you. Thank you. I'll miss you too. Affair turned around in the door, but stopped just before taking her first step. Turned around. In the doorway, but stopped just before taking Vespa. She asked and turned back around. She asked and turned back around. Oh, we're close. This has gone extremely fast, I feel like. Close to the end of page 65. Yeah. Vesper perked up a little bit. Vesper perked up a little bit. I don't want you to go down into those catacombs, to go down, back down into those catacombs. Facet in a most serious manner, in a most serious in an attempt to get through to her little sister. To get through to her little sister. It's much too dangerous down there. Too dangerous. So you'll have to promise me. You'll have to promise me. That you won't try it. Can you do that? And then we'll end the chapter there. Can you do that? And then next chapter, chapter 7, is gonna start with Vesper about to jump back into the hole, into the catacombs. Much more prepared. With that said though, I'm not going to stop of course for tonight, but I will have my 15 minutes break. So if we go here, and then I go here, and then I say break time. Back at 1945. All right, transition that, and I will see you guys in like 15 minutes. All right. Party Sachs never really liked humans. They were prejudiced, greedy, and he knew what atrocities they were capable of, even to their own kind. Indeed, he didn't know a single human's name, despite it being a handful of years since he settled so close to Ashencross. But they didn't like him either, nor did they know his name. At most, the townsfolk tolerated him, only acknowledging Parthesax's presence when they needed healing for injuries that their precious teachings of the Five Pillars shouldn't know about, or when he sold them fire blossoms, so they could easily start their ovens and furnaces. Still, though, no one had turned him in to the Templars yet. That he had to give to the humans. He rarely went into town for those reasons. It was only when he absolutely needed something, or to study the rituals at the large temple of the Five Pillars. Parthesax found religion immensely fascinating. The followers of such dogmas seemed to share a strong bond, even if what was preached seemed rather illogical to a dragon. However, the massive explosion coming from Ashencross was something he simply could not ignore. It had been late in the afternoon when Parthesax was watering the sweet-smelling, deep orange fire blossoms.
a little belated from his usual routine, and the sound of violent thunder had come crashing. As a curious Parthisax turned his head, the shockwave followed. The force caught his webbed and leather-like wings, and moved him a surprising amount, leaving deep claw marks in the stamped ground as proof. Parthisax's wings had gone unused for such a long time that the meeting with the shockwave actually left them a little sore where they joined his body, all the way from wrist to ankle. And finally, after Parthisax had managed to gather himself ever so slightly, the rain and dirt came falling from what had been an otherwise clear summer's day. But what had truly brought astonishment and fear to the dragon's rosy amaranth eyes, enough to make his vertical slit pupils almost look like those of the humans he despised so much, was the large column of fire rushing to the skies. Something faint yellow and ghostly had been circling the otherwise perfectly vibrant orange fire, which gave Parthisax a chill down his spine. And then there was the feeling, barely noticeable, but still one of dread, almost as if something had tugged on his very soul. He simply had to see for himself what had happened in the human town. Parthisax pulled the hood of his dark fur cloak over his off-white horns, a feat that wasn't easy with their pointy ends. He also tried to hide as much as possible of his matte amber snout without obscuring his vision too much. It wasn't a long way to Ashencross from his cottage, so Parthisax expected to arrive before the sun started to go down, and there was no need to scare potential travelers with his looks, or the townsfolk for that matter, hence the large hooded cloak, even if the weather didn't invite its use. It was dusk when Parthisax made his way over the Grand River Bridge, decorated with beautifully ornamented large stone flowers, and into the rather small town of Ashencross. He had always found it strange how a town of this size would be home to such monuments as the Ashencross Bridge, or the Great Temple of the Five Pillars. Parthisax had even heard rumors that the Grand Temple of Ashencross was larger than those in the humans' so-called capital cities. It was definitely the biggest in the kingdom of the Quilsfell, though still inferior to the blessed Temple of Havenbring, if the same rumors were to be believed. The air is strange this evening, Parthisax thought as he walked around the empty streets. There were no city walls or gates to go through to get into town. Instead, one simply walked over the bridge and the town was just there. It must be the town's small size. Yes, that's the most logical reason for the lack of city walls, Parthisax argued with himself. He had the same argument every time he visited Ashencross. It was the same feeling from earlier that turned the otherwise now slightly damp air strange and forced his mind away from the missing walls and oddly placed monuments of humankind. The feeling came and went as he moved further into the town towards the loud voices that told him his direction. It was the same dread feeling that he had felt back at his cottage, like a slight tugging on his soul, and it became stronger still the more he walked towards the human cries. As Parthisax turned the corner of the blacksmith he had sold so many fire blossoms to, he finally saw the devastation that the explosion had left on the small town of Ashencross. Looking over the temple square, he saw panicked townsfolk scrambling together to deal with the aftermath. There were groups of males, or men as humans preferred, something Parthisax still had a little trouble with, trying to find survivors in the collapsed wooden homes. So many houses looked as if they had been torn apart in a storm, the likes of which no one had ever seen. Other groups of men were trying to extinguish flames on the houses that were still more or less standing. Parthisax noticed a group of older boys awkwardly moving to and from the middle of a small pond that he had never seen before in the now torn-up cobbled square. Then the boys picked up the pace, ran to the filled water buckets to the men by the flames, and back to the pond where they once again started their awkward movement. It took a few good seconds before Parthisax realized that there used to be a well where the pond now lived. And after a couple of more seconds, he noticed that the boys were actually sliding on frozen water. The boys tried desperately to move as fast as possible to a hastily carved hole before filling their buckets and going the other way once again. It didn't seem to matter though. When the ice-cold water doused the flames, it almost seemed to spur them on instead. The dragon walked carefully around the square in order to not interfere with the other humans raising the injured survivors to the temple. Parthisax didn't want to get in the way of those with the gruesome task to collect the dead, and the body parts scattered across the square itself either. The stench of death and burned wood was almost unbearable. He finally saw the big crater next to the massive temple of the 5 pillars as he got closer. Or rather, of the 3 pillars, as the explosion had laid waste 2 of the great whitewashed stone columns of the normally pentagonal building, taking the corresponding wall and some of the roof down as well. Curious how none of their divine angels have come to aid, Parthesax thought before dismissing it. Now wasn't the time. Even more curious was what the explosion had revealed when it tore down the columns and walls of the mighty temple. Inside looked to be another large stone structure, this one fairly unharmed, with old walls in the shape of... is that petals? And the more Parthesax studied the newfound architecture, the more the strangely shaped walls started to look like the water lilies that usually floated in abundance on the river right next to the temple. Many of those flowers, which were usually tended to by an old female of the temple, now laid across the temple square, either flat on the ground with their long roots in every direction, or in their newfound homes in the large puddles. Deep in his studious thoughts, Parthesax suddenly bumped into a human kneeling on the ground in front of him. "I am sorry." He had been around humans long enough to learn their tongue, albeit he still carried an accent from his own. No one answered. When the dragon looked down, the human was sitting on his knees, half buried in the ground, with arms completely still by its side. This human male wasn't even looking at Parthesax, but directly at the sky through wide-open, soulless eyes. With his mouth imitating the eyes, it was as if life had simply left him, leaving only a husk behind. And now, having noticed one, Parthesax saw many more lifeless humans sitting with their knees buried, spread out all over the square, not unlike the water lilies from the river, but much more macabre. And along with his realization came that dreaded feeling again. This time, it nearly knocked the air out of Parthesax's lungs, as the tug on his soul felt to last just a little bit longer than the other times. Feeling the cold ice on his clawed toes, Parthesax suddenly became aware that he had walked right into the middle of the temple square. He didn't like being this exposed in the human town, so he turned around to slip back into the shadows of the nearest house, still upright. While doing his best to avoid hitting the kneeling corpses with his jagged and finned tail, he almost bumped into a female, or woman, crying her eyes out. "I am so... my baby, my poor, sweet baby boy." The woman didn't seem to take much notice of the dragon, though Parthesax guessed that he could be mistaken for a very large male of their kind if she didn't give him a proper look. The crying woman was walking with all her focus on the dead human whelpling in her arms. Child, not whelpling, he thought. Humans don't like it when you call their young that. Paying further attention to the weeping woman, he realized that she was only carrying parts of what had once been her child. The woman had only been able to find a small burnt head attached to a charred half of a torso and a leg. It was a gruesome sight, one that hit Parthesax more than seeing the overall destruction and panic. As he managed to move into the shadows and a little away from the scene of horror, Parthesax noticed the noisy sounds of a riled-up crowd coming from the tavern. Given the fact that the building had the only lit windows around, Parthesax figured that he would find out what had happened in the large half-timbered building. Walking in through the open door, Parthesax was met by an uncomfortably thick atmosphere of beer, stew, and sweat. This one also carried the same strangeness as the air outside, though much more intense. It's probably because almost the entire town is gathered here, he reckoned. In another attempt to hide his dragon features and avoid drawing any attention to himself, Parthesax pulled on the hood on his fur cloak. Once again, hiding those characteristics was no easy feat. The long, dark grey cloak might have done a good job at concealing his matte amber and white scales, as well as his webbed wings, but less so when it came to his tail, or the large dark claws at the end of the strong toes he walked on. It was the same case with the claws on Parthesax's four-fingered hands, but at least those were retractable, making them much less threatening. And the hood didn't do his snout any favors, nor his long grey whiskers that swayed from just below the nostrils as he walked. In the end, Parthesax decided to proceed with caution and keep to the more dim corners. As it turned out, many of Parthesax's concerns were indeed just that, No one noticed him entering the large tavern room where the townspeople normally drank and ate when they didn't engage in the occasional gathering or brawl. Well, almost no one. An old woman, also dressed in a large hooded cloak, turned to the dragon immediately as he walked in. However, instead of saying anything, she calmly kept eating what appeared to be a bit of jerky. He gestured for her to keep quiet, to which the old woman nodded in reply and turned back to the crowd. Strange, Parthisax thought, as people usually flinched or let out a little shriek when they saw him, even after all these years. There also seemed to be something peculiar about the old woman, but Parthisax couldn't quite put his claw on it. Was it something about her eyes? He didn't manage to get a good look because of the hood, but he had definitely seen her before. Parthisax turned his attention back to what he had actually come for, finding the cause of the explosion. For a human, it would have been impossible to see anything in a tight crowd of this size, but the dragon's long neck gave him a distinct height advantage in comparison. The old woman won't be able to gather much from way back here, Parthisax thought. As he peered over the mass of people that had filled the tavern to the brim, he tried to make sense of what was being said, or yelled, rather. "Why is that thing still here?" Someone from the crowd loudly exclaimed as others chimed in their agreements. "We know it's the one that did it. The devil has probably planned this for years." "Yeah, I always knew something was wrong with that thing," another one proclaimed. "It were the eyes. They were not natural." The riled-up crowd agreed once more, and the atmosphere of the tap room got a little more intense. Now, let's not jump to conclusions," an elderly male said at the town council's long table that had been built for the occasion over by the hearth. In case Parthisax couldn't recognize the temple's chapter, the bland grey robes with a hemp rope belt and the corresponding colorless, long, greasy beard and hair gave him away.
Well, that was almost perfect. Wow. Well, just look at that. Got my tea, got some more food because I didn't manage to eat all of it. I actually only managed to eat a tiny bit of it. So we need some music back, and boop, and then we boop, and we're back. I hope you guys had a nice little break. Nice little 15-minute break in there. You'll have to excuse me while I eat a little bit more. Just to be ready for the last 3.5, 4 hours. Give or take. Can I just say that I think this page 65 went by so fast that we might actually still be on pace for 1 hour. One page per hour, even though I just spent 15 minutes making food. All right. This was, I believe, chapter 6. It was. So that means we're going to chapter 7. Boop. Oh, did I mess up that boop? I think it was supposed to be much. I think it was supposed to be on the side of it. No, it's the same as I've done here. What? It's not really. Whatever. It's not really that important, is it? Now that means we're going to go back to the chapter's overview, and chapter 7 here is meeting the mentor. And not meeting the Dementor, because this isn't Harry Potter. I'm sorry. This is much better, of course. Much, much better. But I did completely miss the middle here of the page. Whatever. So, meeting the mentor, chapter 7. What is on the horizon? We're going to introduce the catacombs in lighting. We're going to have the actual introduction of Renaith as the mentor. And he's going to tell Vesper about the Fey folk and other species other than humans and dwarves, because the catacombs, of course. So the graves are like these floor tombs. So they're going to be like these, right? But more of a statue that is raised than this, and then they're gonna have the weapons by the hands here. You know, something like that. And so there's going to be one for Renaith, who is a Fey folk. There's going to be one for Kilciel. What they were called. I don't remember what they were called. All the other Kiliciel. That was one. Oops. Kiliciel. That was one. And then we had Ashmendeus. That was a devil. Kiliciel, of course, was a an elf. And then we had Tristan as a human, and Xiing Hun as a dwarf. So they are going to be, their tombs are going to be down there. And we have in the chapter where Vesper went down into the dungeons, we did hint about a cave-in, right? That has happened at some point. And I want Ashmendeus's tomb, I think, to be destroyed. Like, that has been caved in, basically. Because that's going to... I've gotten an idea that's going to change later, right? Change it. I'm going to add something later around the climax, around the road back. And I think Ashmendeus, is the prime candidate for whatever is going to happen at that point. But yeah, we ended with, I don't want you to go down into those catacombs, Afia said, in a most serious manner in an attempt to get through to her little sister. It's much too dangerous, so you have to promise me that you won't try it. Can you do that? And then we want the very next chapter to begin with. Vesper was standing on the edge of the hole. Vesper was standing on the edge of the staircase. Of the crumbling. That might be a good way to describe the staircase earlier. Oh my god. Crumbling Staircase. Good description. I mean, it's not description. I guess it's not really it's not so much crumbling, I guess. It is broken. So it, like, you know, it's just a couple of steps and then it's just like bam, this hole. Whoops. Both her and Lemon who was sitting on her head, sitting on top of her head, sitting on top of her head. Looking down into the empty darkness. Into the empty darkness. Oh my god, how did I mess that up? Darkness. Into darkness, where she had fallen into earlier, that she had fallen into those days ago. So I think I'm actually very, very happy with that. Promise me you won't go down there. Can you do that? Vesper was standing on the edge. She did not heed her sister's warning. So we don't actually see Vesper promising that she won't go down there. And I think that's quite funny, to be honest. Afia might have asked her to not venture down into the catacombs, to not venture down into the catacombs. Again. But Vespa was... But... Again, and that nothing was down there. And that nothing or no and no one and no one no one was down there. But Vespa knew what she heard. That was page 65. Means we're going into page 66. Let's go! Page 66, but Vespa knew... Where did we start? We started on page 63, right? Okay. So we're going to have this page, page 67, and then probably going to end somewhere on page 68, which is actually kind of... We're getting closer. We're definitely getting closer to... definitely getting closer to the 4 days ahead marker, which is, for now, it's day 15. I mean, we're definitely going to hit 25,000 words halfway point before day 15, so that's pretty cool. But anyway, yeah. Page 66. But Vespa knew what she had heard. Someone else was down in those catacombs. In those dark catacombs. They must just have hidden. They must just have been hiding themselves. Have been hiding themselves. Well, you can see it, but I've also made a nice little line up here on my table. The ink. Apparently, it's just draw on your table day to day. Wish someone had told me so I wouldn't do it. When Fair went down to search it. That makes sense. To explore it. That's probably better. Went down there to explore it. Yeah, explore is better. Explore. Okay. Okay, we just hit 3 hours of the live stream. We're a little bit behind the pace because of my break. It's like a couple of lines, so 5-10 minutes when we figure out what to write. I just want to have here the main plot. I don't think we went over that not yesterday, before. The tension is going to be light for this chapter. Main plot, Vesper and Lemon have mostly recovered now. They decided to venture back into the catacombs. They are prepared this time. Ropes, another torch, flint and tinder, or something else medieval-like that can light a fire, on the advice of Chapter Peter. Vesper is sure that someone is down there. She's actually, and then she sees the catacombs for the first time. She sees 5 different tombs, one destroyed by a cave-in. Tomb of Renaid stands out. It is the only statue that has a weapon. Something weird is happening. Because I mentioned earlier that they all had weapons. Interesting. It is, of course, the two-handed warhammer. And black crystal seems to be growing out from his tomb. That's something I came up with a couple of days ago, actually. Some, inexplicable black crystal-like. Coming out of the tomb, growing out of the tomb. And then Vesper examines his tomb because it stands out. She touches the hammer and she hears Renaid again, pulls away, but tries to touch it again, and then she has a conversation about who she is, who the Fae folk is, the spirit bounds, Lemon, the religion, and realm trees. And then I want the conversation to head in the direction of, well, if no one wants to, like her predicament, that no one wants to believe what she heard down in the dungeons. And then if no one wants to hear you, you have to take affair yourself, right? And then Vesper gets an idea to confront the Son of the Evening. The subplot here is that the Son of the Evening, the Eveningsun Trilogy, is written on Reynard's tomb or somewhere near it, and the Eveningsun prophecy. But it's only verse 1 of 3 that isn't covered by the black crystals here. Okay. So now, and yeah, like I said, the tension should be light. So now that we have that, we can move on eating. Sorry. I'm just hungry. And thirsty. Mm-hmm. They must just have been hiding themselves when Affair went down to explore it. I'm not sure I want the word just there. But that's 3 pages almost. 1, 2, 3, yeah, almost 3 pages. Like in a couple of lines at least. Standing there, looking straight down into the abyss. Into nothing but black shadows. Into nothing but black shadows. Vesper really didn't want to go. I mean, no one's forcing her. We should probably say like she's the only one forcing herself. Her feeling of eeriness, her feeling of eeriness, wasn't as strong. As last time. But the thought of going down there, of going back down there, of going back down there. The thought of going back down there when her oldest sister wasn't even even at Black River's Keep. Didn't sit well with her. How I did it again. I keep doing that. Adding an E to with. I don't freaking know why. I just thought of a good idea that, like, I think we're going to say that Vespa should be that she's supposed to be at like evening prayer, and I think we called it evening prayer last time as well, but I think they need to be called teachings instead of prayers. That's what I wanted to say. That makes more sense. That makes way more sense. In fact, no one knew she was down here. That she and Lemon So this is like a couple of days after, I guess. And now they both feel fully healed. It had been a couple of days. Couple of days since the fire had left. To go on her mission. And both Vespa and Lemon. Had felt, not felt, just had, not had, just felt almost fully recovered. Though Lemon refused. Still refused to fly. So yeah, I want Lemon to. Oh. So not in this chapter, but in the next chapter that I have started to outline, so chapter 8, which is going to be crossing the threshold. There's going to be Vespa and Lemon are going to confront the Son of the Evening in the next chapter. Not this one. And there's going to be this moment where someone's trying to kill Vespa. And that's when I want Lemon to spread her wings and fly, his wings and fly. Lemon is of course a girl, but Vespa is sure it's a boy for whatever reason, we don't know. But it's going to reveal to what, it's going to be a little, like a fun little thing revealed at the end. Once they spirit bind to each other and can communicate. So he spent all day either clinging to Vespa's head or a perch high enough perch high enough for Vespa to reach. Which was very high. I feel like these are some goddamn long sentences. This is almost 4 lines long. We could definitely say here, and both Vespa and Lemon had almost fully recovered, felt almost fully recovered. But their room was getting so dreadfully boring. The room, however, was getting so dreadfully boring. Despite the efforts of Peter. Who Vespa had grown to like. Who Vespa had grown to like quite a bit now that she didn't meet him around the graveyard. She didn't have to interact with him, didn't have to talk to him, have to talk to him by the graveyard. Mm-hmm. She didn't have to talk to him by the graveyard. Maybe this should be another paragraph. Sister Miriam had only come by with food and asked Vespa when she was ready to help. To help her again. Help her again. Yeah, I want to say something like Vespa and Lemon had spent most of the day doing chores. Just for something to do. And was actually supposed to be at the evening teaching. Peter. So finally, feeling all right. Vespa and Lemon. Had spent their day with chores. Simply happy to not be cooped up, to not be cooped up. Well, I guess she did go to the library. Oh well. Cooped up. Coop up. Is it cooped up? Coop up. Okay. Actually, the two of them was supposed to be at evening teachings. Evening teachings. And with teachings we of course mean prayer. But I like this one, that gives a little bit of flair. Right now. But Whisper wanted to explore the catacombs before if I got home. Got home to stop her. Besides, it wasn't like anyone missed her, she was sure. Besides, it wasn't like anyone missed them. Not miss them. Missed them. She was sure. She was sure Okay. Once again, we lose our train of thought. God damn it. Standing there on the edge, standing there on the edge. However, Vesper was of two minds. Vesper was of two minds. Was of two minds. Not knowing exactly, not knowing exactly when Affair got home. Meant that she had to go down there. She had to go down into the darkness. Sooner rather than later. Sooner rather than later. But her older sister was also her older sister was also always the one to get her out of trouble. Always the one to get her out of trouble. Of trouble. Trouble. Come on. Oh, we're so close to you guys not being able to see what I was writing. But she was prepared this time. But she was prepared. Vesper took a deep breath in the cold, damp atmosphere, took in Ooh, took in the cold, damp atmosphere. Deep into her lungs, deep into her lungs. And made sure I want to say backpack, but I don't know if they had backpacks in medieval times. Did they have backpacks in medieval times? Belt bags? No. No. Earlier studies, the sturdier hinged bags with loops attached to the belt. Blah, 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 blah. For larger person, pilgrims were depicted in an art carrying a leather satchel with a shoulder strap. Alright, we can use that. Made sure that her leather satchel made sure that her leather satchel was firmly strapped to her back. Let me just get something to eat. I don't know if you saw that, or if I forgot to change scene again. I feel like I could have forgotten to change the scene. But this was what I was reading from. Medieval bags. And then it said here, for larger personal baggage, pilgrims were depicted in art carrying a satchel, leather satchel with a shoulder strap. So that's what Vespa is wearing. Firmly strapped to her back. Within it. She had most of those things. That Peter had suggested one would carry into a dark place. Or cave. Dark place or cave. Oh, look at how close we are to the end of page 66, guys. Oh yeah. She had extra candles. For the lantern. That was attached to her belt, attached to her belt. To her rope belt. I think it's a rope belt, but check. Consistency. Consistent. And then, did we have matches? Matches. Fire matches. In medieval times. Modern friction match. Trying to use flint and steel. So in the subreddit, so search was weak, not to discourage more info, but use some previous threads that may be of interest. So I have already established in Fly. Of course, in Fly we have fire blooms that are like these blossoms, fire blossoms. These flowers that you can like flick and it'll ignite. And I think I also mentioned that the soldier, I don't remember his name, the point of view soldier, point of view dragon towards the end, that he lights a fire with like a cinder stick or something, I call it. Not actually sure why I have two of them if I do, but alright. I mean, we could have matches in this world. So it's not like it's totally out of the question, but maybe just flint and steel. flint and steel to light them. And even some food from Sister Miriam's kitchen. From Sister Miriam's kitchen. And a skin of water. And a skin of water. From one of the tanks. Barrels. So of course there need to be another source of water, because the water in the river around Black River's Keep is of course dead. So that's something that we need to point out earlier, I think, as well. From one of the just in case. Vesper was already standing. Was already standing with her with the rope she had brought. With the rope she had brought in her hand, in her hands. While contemplating. Whether or not she actually wanted to go. They actually wanted to go down there. So we of course also need to attached and shining. Shining from, attached to and shining from her rope belt. So like she's already lit the lantern that's on her, right? little bit of eating is needed. Man, it's almost 9 o'clock right now. I was just thinking. So I was actually just thinking that I quite like this sentence, and even some food from Sister Miriam's kitchen, Because that implies that Vespa didn't ask for it, right? She just took it. And you also already set up here somewhere. No one knew where they were. So she definitely just took the food from the kitchen. And that says a lot about Vespa's character, right? Like her personality. She just does things, which I think is quite funny. It has been a while since Vespa has narrated her own life. Oh my god, I almost forgot about that. Of course Vespa is going to narrate her life. But what should Vespa... So her paladin persona is Vespa of the Vigorous Oath. What would her persona be for Lemon though? Lemon would be Lemon with wings of gold. Lemon the golden wing. That's not bad. I think I'm gonna say that for now at least. I still have water in my ear, by the way. I just realized that I haven't thought about it, but it's there. And now I just... Oh my god. I don't know. Maybe I got it. I don't think so though, but maybe. Content going down. Go down into the shadowy depths. So yeah, we want Lemon to have a much larger part from here on out. Lemon is going to be with her everywhere. He's going to save Vespa at least once, maybe twice. So, and even though they're not soulbound, Vespa is going to act like they are soulbound, like Lemon is a friend she can talk to, which I'm quite excited for, to be honest. What do you think? Vespa asked. Trying to look up at Lemon on top of her head. Of her head. Lemon. I guess that should be another paragraph actually. Lemon, who had been clawing onto Vesper's crimson locks. While almost laying down onto her head in order to look out into the depth, while almost laying down flat onto her head. To look into the abyss, into the shadowy abyss. I don't know if we want to call it an abyss, but because it's not an abyss word. But I don't know. It's fun to write, I think. Gave Vesper a short whistle. Oh yeah, so we wanna also say, like, how do you say it? We wanna say, like, whenever Vesper talks to Lemon here, she's going to, like, we're going to say pretend or something along those lines. She imagined Lemon say, she pretended Lemon said this. And then when they actually soulbind, they're going to, like, oh, she can actually understand him, right? Much like we've done with Carl and Gwilfane in Want. That's not out yet, but I mean, what we did on live streams. Before short whistle before crawling back to safety. Crawling to oh no, Smudge City. Crawling to safety. Before crawling to safety. Further up on Vesper's head. Using his beak utilizing his beak, his orange beak, in tandem with his claws, with his light pink claws. Lemon accidentally bit a little bit accidentally bit into Vespa's scalp somewhat. Somewhat. And when you look at that, that was indeed page 66. And that means we're moving on to page 67. Before I write ow. Yeah, it wasn't me who was hurt. It was I was channeling my inner Vespa. Oh, I just had an idea. Yeah, so Citron, my budgie. Let's get her up. YouTube/Forgotten Songs Fantasy. No. /Forgotten Songs Fantasy. So this was, of course, this was Citron. Oh, isn't she cute? But look at that beak, though. Look at that sharp beak. So I used to have her sit here and cuddle and like, you know, kiss and cuddle. And then she would be like preening my face. She would be like preening my face, and it was all well and good. And then suddenly she would jump down on a nose hair and just pull out of nowhere. And it hurt so bad. It was terrible. And like the weirdest thing was that, well, first of all, it came out of nowhere, so there was some shock value as well, right? But then the corresponding eye would start to water. Not both of them at the same time. Whatever corresponding nostril she would pull the hair from would start to water. And I don't know, it was the strangest thing. I mean, I knew it was after the first couple of times, I knew it would happen sometime, but it was still, you know, kiss and cuddle and all things nice. But it was just so strange that when there's just water in one of the eyes, and that it was corresponding to the nostril. And I just thought, we can have that in this somehow. Maybe brother 2 at some point, who has a big bushy beard, he could have a lot of nose hair. And it's just one of those things that I think would be a really fun situation to put down on paper. So yeah, that's kind of funny. I think I really like that, actually. I don't know when or if it'll happen. I want it to happen in this book, but that's definitely something that I would want. Look at me. Plus, this is supposed to say fan art. This was me writing with my left hand, and it had to be really, really fast. So around 04, 06, citron / nose hair situation. Okay, new page though. I feel like we're also losing our pace because we have crossed 4 hours of the live stream, and the fourth page that we've written today goes somewhere around here. Ow. Ow. Wow, what a start to a page. Well done. Well done, me. Well done with the writing and everything. Ow. Oh. Vespa. It wasn't too loud though. As she was wary of the potential lurking of the son of the evening, or the other shadowy figure, or the other shadowy figure. Yes, I know we're all the way down here. Know that we've come all the way down here. All the way down here. But don't you think it's scary? Don't you think it's scary? It's scary. Vespa imagined that it was what Lemon said. So she answered him. So she answered him. Answered him likewise. I'm not sure of that is the correct. I don't know. So Lemon answered likewise. Let me just get a little bit of food. That was my dinner, finally. The yellow bird responded in kind with quick screeches small screeches in quick succession. Like Citron, my bird, used to do this. As you can hear, I was very good at that. You can almost see her be angry, right? She could be the angriest little tennis ball. But yeah, she did that when she was quite angry and upset, people weren't paying attention to her or something. So I feel like that's what Lemon does here. The yellow bird responded in kind with a bunch of small screeches. In rapid succession. Jamie's back. You have a bird? No, sadly not anymore. But I used to. She died in 2019. She is the inspiration for Vespa's animal here. And she was named Citron which is Danish for lemon. And the bird here, the yellow bird in this story, is lemon. So, you know, it's just my way of immortalizing my beloved pet. But yeah, she died in 2019. She got to be 14 and a half years old. The bike has a pet bird. Yes. Excuse me, Vespa is a scooter. It's called a scooter. Hello. If you don't get that reference, Jamie, then I don't think we can be friends after all. But yes, Vespa has a pet bird. You know, if you didn't spend so much time on your own story for NaNoWriMo, you could have followed along with every single minute of my stream, and you would have known that she found the little bird in some catacombs, and then we spent a long time saving her. And now it's all bliss and glory and amazing. Small screeches in rapid succession. All right. All right. I don't want spoilers for when I finally read it. But, you know, don't look at it so much as spoilers as you letting me be on top of our NaNoWriMo leaderboard. Eh? Eh? But yes, she was wonderful and amazing, and I loved her very, very much. So now I want to immortalize her. Vespa, she didn't agree. She that's never happening. Be right back, going to write 1k more in honor of your bird. I will not let you win. No! In honor of my bird, you should let me win. No, not another K. Don't do it, Jamie. Don't do it. All right, Vespa. Not agreed. I need a word. I need a word for Thesaurus. Agreed. Not agreed. Rearranged, abiding, no. Fixed. To agree. I need what I think is a weak match to the word agree, be in unison, assent, acknowledge, admitted, allowed, complied, complied maybe actually. Yeah, I think so, complied. Let's go with comply. Vespa complied. Letting her hair down, that does make sense. While lowering her head slightly, afraid of another bite. That reminds me that we should probably hear Miss Miriam Kitchen some food. We need bird food as well. Bird food as well. Bird food as well. I feel like, is there a milder afraid? Afraid. Fearful, anxious, timid. Timid of another bite. Can we say that? Can we say timid? No. That's shy. Unhappy, unwilling. Terror-stricken of another bite. Aroused. I'm not sure I would put these two words in the same category. I know it says weak matches, but come on. Afraid, aroused. All right, thesaurus. I guess fearful is probably better. Fearful of another bite. Sarah Norval, welcome to the chat, by the way. Good to have you here. Have you used the one-look thesaurus? It gives a lot of options. I have never heard of that. One-look thesaurus. One-look thesaurus. Is that the same as thesaurus.com, but just without all of the commercials? Because I would like that. Let's try with afraid. Okay. Scared or frightened. You know, this is pretty cool. Nouns, adverbs. This is nice. Thanks. All meanings. Oh. I mean, it's a little bit more messy, I feel like, than the thesaurus.com. But Thesaurus has so many freaking ads, it's actually quite annoying. Okay, thanks. Most similar. Cool. Unafraid. Oh, is that an antonym then? Opposite. Ah. And what are yellows? That's okay. Okay, cool, thanks. We might start using that. Thank you, Sarah. Fearful of another bite. You know, who wouldn't be scared? Vesper of the vigorous oath. And her new companion. Her new Companion for adventures. Companion for adventures. Lemon of the Golden Wing. Of the Golden Wing. So we could say like something like she took a deep breath and we still have tea. Cold tea, yummy. Vesper took a final look down into the shadows, Okay, we've soon spent 2 hours, not 2 hours, but it's like 1.5 page now just for her to pull herself together and, you know, go down into the catacombs, which this chapter is going to be about. Fine, look into the shadows before closing her eyes to take another deep breath before closing her eyes and take another deep breath. So this is like a summoning of Vesper of the Vigorous Oath, almost. But she hasn't done that before. New. And I don't know. New way of summon? I'm not sure how I want that to happen almost. Could you say that? I mean, it's kind of funny that she changes her personality just like that, but at the same time we haven't used that way before. She is almost always just instantaneously changed into Vesper of the Vigorous Oath, her persona, her paladin persona. Vesper of the Vigorous Oath. Vesper of the Vigorous Oath. Took a good look at her surroundings. Surroundings. Vesper began to narrate. We did say that she was standing with a rope in her hands, right? Yeah, we did. We said it here. Rope she had brought. She was looking for somewhere to attach her rope before beginning her. Now I kind of want to say descent, but I don't know if a kid would say descent. Beginning her climb into the shadows. Down into the shadows. Lemon gave a whistle as if to draw Vesper's attention. What would that be? To have like a, you know, if you had like, it's not a banister. Is it called banister? Banister. Banisters. So it's not banisters. A railing. But like if it's you know how old buildings have these railings of rope and it's like into the wall, you could have that as a thing Vesper could attach her rope to. We're gonna say rope railing. Rolling stone wall. Stone wall. sort of looking for... No, not really anything. Sort of looking for this, right? Okay. Small hooks, no, not small hooks, but small somethings. Small circles, small iron loops, Attention to small iron cast iron loops. Do we have a guess that's a noun. Curl, a grommet, eyelet. We could have rings. Small iron rings. No, let's say small to iron rings. Iron rings. Attached. Embedded. Cast iron rings embedded. Embedded into the into the stone walls. The black stone walls. Embedded into the black stone walls. Oof, we are quite far behind our pace, by the way. We've been streaming for 4 hours and 37 minutes, and we're like here. So we've written like this bit. According to the pace, we read like this bit in 37 minutes. That's not so good. But we have been discussing a whole bunch of things, so you know, it is what it is. They looked similar. Or older. To the ones that held the rope. Is it called a railing? A rope railing? Yes, sure, we're gonna rope railing. No time to think. On the staircase. Leading down from the dungeons. Above. And now the fun part of how to show that Vespa is talking. Vespa, the vigorous oath, is talking, but she's narrating that she's talking. Wonderful. Lemon of the golden wing. What a what's it called when you're aware of everything? What a perceptive companion that you are. These will do perfect. Will do perfect. For holding, for tying our rope to, tying our rope to. It shall be wonderful and secure, our rope. Vespa found a flat stone, flat fallen stone to stand on. And began to and began to what? And began to tie the rope securely to the iron ring. Lemon made his way from her head to her left hand. To the left hand so that he could inspect so that he could so that he could bite. Bite and taste both the rope and the cast iron ring. Both the rope and the iron it was being attached to, and the iron it was being knotted to. Let's go with it. Knotted fast to. Tied. I don't know if tied is better, but I am going to comment it. Right. Vesper of the vigorous oath. Vesper of the vigorous oath did something. Made sure that the rope was tied exactly how the kind dwarf of the local town's blacksmith of the local town's blacksmith had showed her. Blacksmith had shown her. Vesper continued. And with Lemon of the Golden Wing, with Lemon of the Golden Wing, inspecting it, Inspecting it. Making sure they're way out. From the haunted catacombs of the dreaded white. The white is a type of ghost, right? White. Spirit, ghost, or supernatural being. Archaic dialect, a person of a specified kind. Interesting. But yes, this is a white. Sort of just a zombie. Interesting. From the haunted catacombs of the dreaded wipe, making sure that the way out remained no matter what. The two adventurers. Adventurers. The two adventurers could begin their ventures could soon begin. The innocent people on the surface counted on them. For salvation. Just need to make sure that salvation. I'm actually not sure what. I know what salvation means, but I'm also not sure what salvation means. Okay, it was what I meant. For salvation. I don't know if I should. Well, look at how close we are to page 67 being done. I don't quite know if I should. If I should explicitly state that it's brother 2, the blacksmith of Black River's Keep, that showed her how to tie the knot. I mean, it could also be Ronin or Ronian. Ronin, to get him into a little bit more into the story. It's not that it matters hugely. Pulling on the rope. Maybe not with all her might, because she's very strong. With most of her might. With enough might. That she was sure that it could hold their weight. That it could hold their weight without letting go. But not so much enough strength. But not so much might, so much might that the old cast iron rings in the wall, the old cast iron rings, ring in the wall came out. That sounds weird. The old cast iron ring in the wall broke free. Let's say broke free. And then also say makes sense. I guess phrase. Vesper was ready. Lemon gave an encouraging encouraging whistle. Indeed, Lemon of the Golden Wing. Vespa started to narrate. Hey, Nicoletta is in the chat. Hello. Hey there, she says. Welcome to the stream and the chat. It's good to have you here. And not just on the VOD. Not that you aren't most welcome on the VOD as well, but now that we are live, just joined the live stream to do my 2-hour writing sessions. Awesome! I am grateful, truly grateful that that you find this motivating, this little thing we have going. It's awesome. I find that motivating. Just so you know. Well, that's awesome. How's it going? Hope your writing is going great so far. It is actually going quite well. I am a little bit off pace, not paced. So we have just crossed the 5-hour mark for today, and I usually write 1 page per hour, and we're like 1 page is like sort of to this line here on the next page, since we started not entirely at the top of this page, so we are a little bit behind, but it's going well. I finally managed to finish chapter 6, so we've started chapter 7, and then I've spent 3 really? Now, 2 pages just for Vespa to pull herself together and start to go down into the catacombs. You've done awesome progress, by the way. Thank you so much. It is going well, but I do, like, I've been saying that in other live streams. I know that there are at least 4 days this November that I definitely won't stream, but also I probably won't be able to write a whole lot. So, you know, I have to get 4 days ahead, and right now we're like a little over 3, some over 3 days ahead. So tomorrow we're probably going to hit the 4-day ahead mark, which is great, because tomorrow we're also definitely going to hit the halfway point of our NaNoWriMo. I hope you're doing well as well, both in life and for your NaNoWriMo. It's great to hear that you have found some time for a 2-hour writing session. That's awesome. But yeah, how is your NaNoWriMo doing, Nicoletta? Is there another word for descent that is less? Come down, fall, derive, stoop, go down, Dane, drop. Drop is probably what? I don't know. Maybe a 12-year-old would use descent. Nicoletta said, I usually write about 250 to 400 words per 30-minute session, so my pace is a bit slow. That's a better pace than me. Definitely a way better pace. Because like I said, my pace is around 1 page of one of these pages per hour. And I know from my calculations that 1 page is, I can show it here. 1 page in this new book of 39 lines is 65 words. So you're basically doing 2 times my pace, which is I think that's pretty good. I think my pace is all right. So 250 to 400 per 30 minutes sounds great. Nano is going good for me so far, because the most important thing for me is that I've managed to show up every day. Awesome. That is so good. Well done. Yes, happy writing to you too, Nicoletta. I won't disturb you anymore, but just I applaud you for having the discipline to show up and write every day. That is so important and so well done. Keep it up. And now go write. I will probably personally write like a half an hour, 45 minutes more, and then I'll call it a day, I think. Then that also gives me some time to think about how I want to describe what's going to happen in the catacombs tomorrow. It was nice to chat. Well done to you too. Well, it was very, very nice to chat with you, Nicoletta. Very nice to chat with you live as well. That's great. Thank you so much for dropping by into the chat and on the stream as well. She did a last tug on the rope. Maybe as a little bit of a stall, as a little bit of a stall. You know, I'm gonna go for it and say that Vespa knows the word descend. It is time for us to descend down into the catacombs of the white, the catacombs of the dreadful white. And root its evil out. I'm not sure if that makes a whole lot of sense. Root its evil out. Makes sense? Question mark? Also, that was not supposed to be cursive. But it's just the way of my handwriting. Vesper of the vigorous oath. Proclaimed. She then also made sure that her lantern was was fastly attached. To light the righteous way. Righteous. Hey, that was I'm just gonna comment that. That was page 67. Woo! Let's go. 68. Whoop, 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 whoop. Wahoo! Whoop, 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 whoop. And off the edge, the two adventurers went. Boop. This time Vespa didn't need to take a deep breath. She had found all the courage she needed. Yeah, that's kind of nice. Oops, this page needs to go here. Hey, will you look at that? We are close to day 15 marker, which if we were able to reach it today, which I don't think we are, but we would totally then be 4 days ahead. That's crazy. That is crazy. Honestly. What's the time now? I'm going to need like 2 hours. Yeah, I think it's getting too late then. Yeah, I don't think my writing pace today is enough. To reach that mark today. But it is also just the 11th day out of 30. There's plenty more days to reach our goal. I think the most important thing for me is also just to make sure that I hit 50,000 words on stream and not off stream. I mean, that would be so anticlimactic if I was sitting somewhere like at my parents' house or something, just getting the last couple of moments in, and then I hit 50,000. Like, been streaming for 30 days almost with this goal in mind, 50,000 words goal in mind, and then can you imagine that? No, I won't let that happen, of course. I won't. Don't you guys worry. It's too important. Too important of a milestone. What did I say? That was a really good way of phrasing it, I feel like. Oh yeah, Vespa didn't need to take in another deep breath. As she had found all the courage that she was missing. Oh, I forgot about the soup ladle. The soup ladle, of course. That should be in her rope belt. Where the hell was the soup? Oh, not the soup. Where the hell was the lantern? She brought... There. Plus ladle. Plus ladle. So without much extra thought, Vespa turn around. Turned around with Lemon still on her head. Back on her head. With Lemon having crawled. Having climbed. Climbed back on her head. Climbed back on her back on her head. Made sure turn around on the edge. Made sure to grab the secured rope extra tight. So there's a little, like she's still a little apprehensive about everything, right? Secured rope extra tight. We already have extra up there. So do we have a word for extra? Extra, additional, special, adjective, I guess. Superfluous? No. Unnecessarily tight. More than usual, unnecessary. Honestly, it's kind of funny if it is unnecessarily tight. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with that. Unnecessarily. Unnecessarily. And started leaning backwards, one hand at a time. One hand on the rope at a time. At a time. At a time. And then she let off the edge of the ledge. Then she let off the ledge with a tiny jump of her small legs. Of her small legs. Tightly grabbing onto the rope with them as soon as she could. Do we have another word for tightly? Tightly. Tightly. Little or no looseness. Firmly. Snugly. Let's go firmly. Firmly clutching. Clutching. The rope. No, the rope. With them as soon as she could. Okay, and now we are beyond 5 pages for the day. So that's good. I'm just gonna continue a little more because, yeah, I want to get as far ahead as we can. If we're to reach day 16 tomorrow on day 12, day 16, that would mean that tomorrow we definitely need to write 6 pages, which is not out of the question. It's just maybe. Maybe. As soon as you could. Boop. Climbing had never been Vespa's strong suit. Climbing had never been Vespa's strong suit. Especially not given his size, especially not giving his size. Given her size. But she had always been more comfortable with a rope, but she had always been more comfortable with a rope. Where she wouldn't have to worry about a place to put her hands and legs next. She wouldn't have to worry about to put her hands and legs next. Hands and legs. Legs. What is it with me and putting ease and into and onto everything? Next. She was definitely strong enough. Was definitely strong enough. Tiny as she was. Yeah. And when she realized that she could be using the black stone wall to keep herself steady with her feet, to keep herself steady with her feet, he climbed down. Seemed easier and easier as it went on. As it went on. And on it went. That's actually. And on it went. That's a funny phrasing. And on it went. So I feel like this is a bit like the when we ended chapter 6 with promise me you won't go down there, it's too dangerous. Can you do that? Can you promise me that? And then chapter 7 starts with Vesper was standing on the edge of the crumbling staircase. Like, easier and easier as it went on, and on it went. Like, there's just a bit of a juxtaposition almost to those two, isn't there? No, those two phrasings. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I find it funny. And you know what? It's good when you find your own writing good and fun. I think I can say that without being too much of an ass. Maybe. All right. Vesper was starting to get rather nervous. That the rope she had brought would maybe not be enough. Would maybe not be enough. She was so far down. She was so far down that if she didn't have her lantern attached to her rope, didn't have her lantern attached to her rope, she would have been incomplete. She would have been enveloped, would have been enveloped in complete darkness. By now. Looking up, Vesper couldn't even see. Vesper couldn't even see. What couldn't she see? The ledge of the tiny broken stair, of the small broken staircase, of the small broken staircase anymore. But then again, she hadn't left any light source up there. Any source of light up there. Bum 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 bum. What the hell? Sorry, I was just toying with the. Something was wrong here with the word count document, just to see what 6 pages would look like. Yeah, we would still need 7 pages to reach. Then we would, if I made 7 pages today, which I'm not gonna, then we would indeed be halfway towards the end. But we're not gonna. I just had to see for my own eyes. I don't feel like doing that today. Or am I? Maybe 1.5 hours more. No, let's not kill ourselves. This is going all right, and it's fine. It just would be kind of fun, you know? It would be kind of fun to reach 25,000 almost exactly. Like, that would be pretty hilarious. But yeah, it would have to be almost exactly 7 pages. Look at this. It would have to be 6 pages and 28 out of 29 lines. Whoops. Which we don't have. So, delete you. And delete you. She hadn't, but then again, she hadn't left any source of light up there. I thought I had something that I wanted to add to this paragraph. Vesper could even see the ledge of the small broken staircase anymore. But then again, she hadn't left any source of light up there. Oh my god, that annoys me. I thought I had something. I thought I had something pretty fun, pretty cool. But no. It definitely wasn't what I had in mind, but she still kept climbing downwards. In the hopes of reaching the catacombs anytime. Anytime now. I don't know if this is the correct time. Anytime now, it sounds weird. Correct time, correct tense. Tense. Lemon of the Golden Wing. Best venerated. With huffs and puffs. As she was starting to feel a little tired in her tiny arms, a little tired in her little arms, tired in her arms. In her arms. And hands. Loosening her grip. Just a bit. With each I don't know what that's called. Tay. It's probably just says grip. Good stroke. Hit slap. Wallop. Sudden loss of brain function. No, that's not what backhand, forehand, release puddle, something. No. With each What the hell do you call that? With each change of hand. Switch of hand. Of her hands. I'm not sure of that. She still made sure to She should make sure that she wouldn't fall, though. Can you see can you see the end? Can you see? Can you ensure? Can you witness? Do you witness? Do you view? Do you view? I guess perceive is also consider, take in. Yeah. Let's go with can you perceive? Perceive. Oh my god. Perceive. The dreaded whites. Haunted catacombs. Haunted catacomb floor. Haunted catacomb floor. It was as if Lemon understood exactly what Vesper asked. Okay, so I had two ideas for like how they should reach the bottom of the catacombs. One idea was that they would simply just climb. So I guess Vesper would, her feet would be up on the wall and she would climb slowly and steadily, and then suddenly her butt would just hit the floor, right? And because it's black stones in shadow, it's difficult to see where the floor starts. But then I realized it would be much more fun, I guess. It would be much more fun and tensiony if she fell again. She fell again. But she didn't fall very far. She was actually very close to the bottom, so the floor would be here and like she would be here. And then, oh no, she falls and she loses her grip, and then just, oh, right there. Right? I think that's the way we're gonna go. And I figured a way for her to fall could be that Lemon loses his grip as he's looking down over her head. So he's grabbed her hair, and then he sort of just slides and then falls. And Vespa tries to catch him. She does, but she loses her grip on the rope, and then she falls, and then oh no, she can't believe this is happening again, and bonk. Then she hits the floor. I just realized what I wanted to write up here, I think, which was she didn't remember falling this far. Vespa didn't remember falling this far. He gave a whistle as if in agreement Vespa thought and began looking out over the side of her head, looking out over the back of her head, of her crimson head. As Lemon was whistling to Vespa, what he saw, or what he didn't see, or what he didn't see in the darkness, didn't see in the darkness below his claw grip on the crimson. I know we have crimson twice here, but crimson and crimson. And also this looks terrible bad. I'm actually going to crimson. Her crimson locks started to loosen, and as they loosened, Lemon began. Actually, maybe he was on purpose. On purpose. Purpose. On purpose. Began to slide down Vespa. It went slowly at first. But soon the pace outmatched what Lemon himself could stop. And as we write stop, we are close to finishing page 68, but we're also about out of time, I think. Well, I guess it's me who decides that myself, but I've been live streaming for 6 hours now, and I think that's good enough for today. So, you know what that means, guys. That means we're going to the word count, where I have indeed removed my little fun section, or whatever you call it, my little speculation section, and we will now count for realsies. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then some. And of course, I need the master sword of counting. I know where it is. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. It's like right in here. Okay, so here I have it. The master sword of counting. So, what did we say? We said 1, we said 2, we said 3, we said 4. We said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You actually couldn't see that. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. That's 5 pages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 27, 5 pages and 27. And I did say, where on earth did I go? So this has been used a lot. So I think I want to switch it up for a new one. 5 pages and 27. And that is our new daily marker. But let's go into this, and then we take this formula, we put it in here, we say 5 pages and 27 lines, and that gives us 2027 words for the day. And that means the accumulation, we are so close to the halfway point, we can almost taste it. I might need to do, like, when I know we hit halfway, then I might need to do a just an update like in the middle of the live stream tomorrow, or in the beginning of the live stream tomorrow. We just need to write like a page more, it looks like. All right. Yes. I just, for a second there, I was like, can we do it tonight? No, let's not. But what we will need to do tonight is update our progress. So let's update the progress here. This is day 11. Day 11. And the progress is now 24,628 words out of 50,000. And let's go to publish bar. Let's just remove the jewel for a minute. And the bar height needs to be, no, not the height, the bar position should be 587 pixels down from the top. And that means our jewel will be 550 down from the top. Exactly. All right. And that, I believe, that looks right? I think it looks right. Yes. I think it's right. Nicoletta is asking, how do you know that the amount of words you write will result in the whole story you want to write? I mean, I feel like I'm writing the daily word count, but I think the progress of the plot itself is slow. Yes, I've actually been giving that a lot of thought, and I'm almost certain as you, that the story, the book itself, is not gonna be just, in bunny years, just 50,000 words. So I will keep working on this. I mean, it's always been my intention to keep working on the story afterwards and actually make it into something that is not just ramblings, but an actual book and story. So yeah, I'm sort of aiming for, I think I'm aiming for 60 to 70,000 words for the story itself. And that means, of course, there's 10 to 20,000 more words than the 50 here for NaNoWriMo. So to answer your question, I do not expect the story itself to finish this month during NaNoWriMo. I do expect that I will hit 50,000 words some days before the 30th, and then I'll just keep going. In December, I most likely won't be streaming every day, but I will keep 1 or 2 streaming days a week, I think, like I did before NaNoWriMo, before November, before NaNoWriMo hit. And then I'll just keep progressing the story there. So that's the thing about NaNoWriMo, right? It's 50,000 words. 50,000 words is a small book-ish, small book. I was looking at Harry Potter, for example, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone or Sorcerer's Stone. That's about a little over 70,000 words. So, and that's 300 pages, at least the volume I have. And so if you take away 20,000 words from that, I guess you end up around like 200 pages, 220 pages, something like that. Quick math, that is surely not correct, but it's quick, and that's what mattered. But yeah, I don't think, it doesn't really bother me. I mean, I do know that my live stream title is writing an entire book in 1 month. So I guess you could sort of expect me to finish the book, to have the climax and everything within this month, but I'm just going for the 50,000 words and then continuing afterwards. And it's fine. Also because we're on page 68 now, and story-wise, we're at meeting the mentor. And after meeting the mentor, there's crossing the first threshold. There's a section test lies an enemy. So I'm, of course, using the hero's journey as my template. But I still have to go through all of these sections of a story until it's completed. Nicoletta says, yeah, same for me too. My total word count goal is 80k, but I still think my story won't be complete when I hit this word count. Wow, that's quite the epic. That's quite the epic that you have going on there. I mean, I think it's cool. I don't think there's anything. You do a sad smiley, but I think it's very, very cool that you think you have a story. You feel like you have a story where you can just sort of keep writing and expanding it. Of course, there's a limit, I guess, where you have to say, okay, now I just want something done and something to show for it, something that I can revise and edit into an actual final manuscript. But I definitely don't think it's a bad thing that your story will have a lot of words. I think it's cool. And I just think you should be happy to have something to work on that you're excited about, right? Bad for the readers. Well, that depends on the story, if it's good and if you can keep people entertained. I have heard, though, that most publishers, at least for first-time authors, they rarely publish anything over 70,000. Like that's 50 to 70,000 is the normal range for a debut book to be published. But you might have a George R.R. Martin, a little George R.R. Martin inside your stomach, who is just like writing these big long epics that people are gonna love. So think of it like that. And then of course there is editing, revision, where you might see that, oh, you're rambling a lot, so you can cut down and everything, or you can split it into two. Yeah, anyway, it's just the first draft. I guess everything will be fixed in the editing phase. Exactly. Just fix it in post. That's future Nicoletta's problem, right? Just focus on writing the draft. Focus on getting your words down. And that's the way to go. Okay, I will be shutting down. I want to thank everyone for joining. Fix it in post. Yes, exactly. That's also a term, like I come from some video editing background, and that is what would you fix it in post, right? Anyway, I'll stop the stream for today. I want to thank everyone who dropped by and everyone who chatted. Nicoletta and Sarah and Jamie and and I hope Amdios is somewhere with us. Yes, there he is. Well done today. Thank you. Thank you, Amdios. Will you be the last chat message of today as well? We'll see, but I will be. Oh no! Nicoletta got a chat message in after Amdios. Oh no, the streak. All right, yeah. Just want to say bye. I just want to say thank you all for watching, and remember to like it, this live stream if you haven't, and maybe even subscribe to me if you want to join the journey of NaNoWriMo and the journey afterwards, because I love writing words and writing stories, and I'm definitely going to continue that. And remember that we write our own stories. See you tomorrow. Bye.